Hello there, gamers! How's it going? How we doing today? You all hanging out here? Alright. Just give me a second here. Need to pull up chat. Okay. You were saying something? I didn't see it. My bad. Anyway, we're just gonna be playing more fucking Ace Attorney today. Because why not? I'm actually super fucking invested in this. I'm having a great time. I honestly can't wait. Alright. Let me pull it up. Let's get it. There we go. Trial time! Oh, need to move away from the mic. Way too close for comfort. Oopsie. Hi, Right. 22nd of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Toast. I've only been live for like 5 minutes. You aren't late at all. I haven't even started playing. The Old Bailey. This place always makes me feel strange. I feel... Arnie? Is that the right word? I just need to prove somebody wrong. Ugh. Seem to get chills down my spine and break out in a nervous sweat all at the same time. Hey, Paladin. How's it going, man? Twitch just acting fucky for you? That's fine. Alright. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Good morning! Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty here. Yes, we somehow managed to prove that he didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Or did he? Maybe we're just too good of a lawyer. Working, as usual. I mean, it is 7 p.m., same time as always. It makes sense that you'd be working at the same time as always. Alright. And now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole! Can't keep coming to court! I'm getting to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Yeah, not the luckiest man. Hey, at least he is... Well, no, I'm not that unlucky. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. You might not want to say bad news in front of Natsume here. It's his trial, like, boy. He could die. Yes, morning. So, here we are again. Yes, again. God, I keep on forgetting Soseki's voice. Like, I just have like 3 different voices I need to switch between all at once for him. Judicial Assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires! What's the bad news? Yeah, I'll just make him real twitchy. Oh dear, you heard, did you? Oh no. If you come in shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say! Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Mr. Sato. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial, let me guess, Barrack Van Zeeks, because who else could it possibly be? Who else? It'll be led by Lord Barrack Van Zeeks. Alright, thank you. We got Mr. Extra here again. Van Zeeks? Ah! Oh no! Oh no. Yeah. God, I fucking love this man. I don't love how racist he is, but fuck, he's got that drip on point. Alright. So-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. It also helps that he's a fucking banger-ass tune. Right, in trials 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Of course, by the skin of our teeth. We managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all, yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor. Yeah. It seems he hasn't died yet. It's only been 2 days. Better prosecute him again. Oh no! Even if that person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. Man, we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. He did deserve it, though, at least, so. Ah! Trying to put up with those ice-cold eyes boring into my soul again! Cursed by evil spirits and now by the Reaper! A petrifying peril is potentially! Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Yeah, that's something. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, salute. I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You now. Don't worry. I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. Promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Yeah, we didn't find any fucking evidence last time. Like, we're just kind of boned up and down. Oh. Well, trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh, yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Holmes, I mean. Why the bloody hell not? I need my fucking himbo in the stands. How else am I gonna fight my hardest? That's probably for the best. Just gonna change something real quick. Gonna try and balance the audio a little bit more. Make it a bit more comfortable for me to speak. Oh? If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help, and that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to know, so you prey on him mercilessly. What kind of fucking guy do you see him as? At least that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo. You're right. Yes, you're so right. Oh, well said, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said. Well, I mean, he could also just, you know, screw us over even more. Like, to be honest, that's the most likely conclusion. That's what's most likely gonna happen. Hey, Twy, how's it going, man? Haven't seen you in a while. How you hanging? Playing fucking Grey's Attorney 2. It's fucking fantastic. Case 2. He's wearing the sword at my side and on the spirit of Cosmo that it harbors. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free. With honor! Glad you managed to finally get ahead of me so you could be at one of these. Yeah, I'm happy to have you here, man. The more the merrier. Oh, yes. God, we're up the fucking creek without a paddle. Like, we had jack shit coming out of that last investigation, so. I'm doing alright, hanging in there. Like, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep in the past 30 hours, but other than that, we're bagging. Alright. 22nd of February, 9:40 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, it's all these fuckers? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, there's one new juror. One new juror. Okay, never mind. We good chat. Like, we good. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Alright, yeah, that... Yeah. Dude's like, excuse me, trial now? Yeah, hold up, wait. We can't do this. Like, even more than, like, in the last game, we seem especially unprepared this time. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Oh shit! Oh, Twilight, thank you for the follow. That scared the shit out of me. You thought you followed me like 2 years ago? Yeah, it's been a while. We haven't talked in a hot minute here. All right. It's not just my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. It was some time ago that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. Why is Van Zeeks so gorgeous? Honestly, I couldn't even tell you, man. Like, He may be racist, but everyone has flaws. Like, we can work on that. We can work on that. It was some time ago that it was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. And now he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. This man has me feeling some kind of way. He's got me feeling some unnecessary feelings, you could say. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty? Absolutely. I had a feeling this larrikin wasn't innocent before. I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right. Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. Oh, wow. Just fucking starts making awooga noises over in the fucking stand. Alright, Juror 3, settle down. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick. I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the mist will go through the roof. Dude, you gotta get a new job, dude, because you can't keep doing jury duty like this. Yeah, he's racist and I'm not okay with it, but also all of England is? Yeah, so, I mean, when in Rome. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to a righteous verdict. Since when did you become Christian? I mean, okay. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think that the power of judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. And that the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. Yes, thank you. Please give the recap for everyone in chat. 6 citizens of London, chosen at random. Or at least that's the idea. But clearly, it's not random. The prosecution will draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Why? I mean, is it necessary for them to know about that last case? Very well. Let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zieks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. What's your favorite role out of these, tank, DPS, or healer? I've always been a DPS fan. Like, I just love playing, like, warlocks and magicians and all those sorts of roles. So, if I'm ever playing an MMO or Dungeons & Dragons, that's a sort of thing I like to do. Although, I also do like playing mixed roles a lot. So, if there's anything I can switch between really fast, like DPS and healer, like bards, for example, I love playing bards. Just being able to do both buffs and DPS is just like, ooh, oh, that's fun. Like, Spell Sword is one of my favorite classes ever, so. Alright, did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that fair? Far from it. He didn't even do anything wrong. Well, I mean, I guess he did. He ran away from the scene of the crime, but we all have our flaws, come on. Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime. Namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand. Oh, the cape's coming off already. Oh boy. I mean, you could just ask if you wanted to get down and dirty real quick, you know, yeah. I like tank because I like not dying. You know what? True. Yes, bring the detective. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Purring on the perpetual pouty eyes, yeah. So Seki Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. Yes, my lord, sir. Quite sure I'm not mistaken. I just swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. Well, you know, shit happens. It is what it is. I remember it as if it were yesterday. The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I wish to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court.
Right you are, sir.
You remember Gregson's voice, too.
The encircle of the Garrett household were defended as lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare.
Actually, I'm gonna be referring to his Scarlet Study translation from now on, so William Potenchi. That'll be what I try to refer to him going forward, because that's just what I'm used to. And I want to stay, like, as close to the original text as possible, so.
Defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Potenchi collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine.
Oh, strychnine, alright.
It was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
This means, I presume, that the door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident? Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible.
Although the victim, Mr. Potenchi, lives to tell a tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when you first found him.
Yeah, you guys thought he was fucking dead. You didn't even check for a pulse. Like, bruh. The incompetence here.
I was the first officer on the scene, my lord. And I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Yes, he was eating the soap. I remember. Yes, a chilling scene indeed. The man looked very much deceased.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was.
Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. Alright. Photographic print of the scene taken by police upon their arrival. The victim can be seen unconscious at the table, having been poisoned. Now then, Mr. Natsume. Yes! Yes! As a defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? Say that you didn't do it. They're haunted by evil spirit. And no, he fucked it up. Okay. Alright, off to a grand start, aren't we? Jesus fuck. Alright. Good gracious! What's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings! The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me! What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times! Killed, Mr. Natsume? How? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Potenchi's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed to bed. But before long, the stove went out. And somebody tried to kill me! Oh. I don't think you should be talking to your lawyer about this stuff beforehand, bro. Who tried to kill you, brother? I'll take care of him myself. Let me at him. All right. You must always extinguish fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. But it's so cold. My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, I'm being accused of this. Why is my existence so cursed? Uh-huh. Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events. If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point. And of course, why wouldn't there be a conclusive point? Conclusive? Go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Potenchi, has regained consciousness after his ordeal, and he has named the true culprit. Yeah, that. For a sec, he's stressed and tired, and I felt that. Yeah, true. Okay. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused? Good grief! Okay, gallery, I can assure you all that this isn't nearly as bad as it seems. Everybody, please calm down and hear me out. We may have brought the tea, but he brought the cups. What really happened was the cup was poisoned. Yeah, that's happened in Ace Attorney before, didn't it? Like in Apollo Justice? Wait, no. That was from the stamp that was like, that transferred to the cup. It was not the cup itself that was, yeah. Oh, okay, my bad. Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, then why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Potenchi's room, as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it.
And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never! Curse the British and their foul tea!
Well, the public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once.
Yes, thank you, my lord.
Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection?
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good. Then you'll give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
Actually, no, I do have an objection. They shouldn't be allowed to cross-examine once in this entire trial. If I'm allowed to object, then I shall object. You will have no— Whoa! Whoa! Twilight, thank you so much for the fucking $20 tip. What a fucking legend. Oh. Oh, no! I didn't get to read that! No! Oh, jeez. The alerts aren't playing that loud for me, so I was just wondering if I was gonna fix that real quick. Alert box. Imagine being British. Yeah, that's tough. Couldn't be me. All right. Let me just try and pull that up real quick, if I can. If this is gonna take too long, then I don't wanna. Yeah, that'd be awful. Just imagine your fucking teeth always being yellow. Ugh. God, you guys remember when, like, in the early 2000s, like, we would always, we say, oh, British people, they're so fucking hot or whatever. And then eventually we all just started shitting on them for absolutely no reason. Yeah, we just began saying fucking Tuesday and bottle of water. It's just like, man, when did that happen? Why did we suddenly start doing that, you know? Oh, yeah. I didn't reset my fucking donation volume. Alright. Let me just raise that all back out to 100%. Alright. And almost done. Oh no, but it's one of society's few good evolutions. Yes, we finally decide that the British were in fact ugly. Alright. And just gonna quickly make sure that everything else I have still set 100%. Yes, I do. Okay. And gonna quickly adjust the hosts and raids as well. Okay, there we go. And finally refresh the cache. All right, we're done. Sorry about that. Let me just read up real quick. What happened? All right.
Good, then you'll give your account of events on the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord!
Catastrophic night. Again, seriously, thank you, Twi, so much for the fucking 20. Very appreciate it. Alright.
It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink.
Ah, yes. Romeo versus wait, no. Was it Romeo versus Juliet who was stronger, or was it, Juliet versus, Macbeth who was stronger? I don't remember.
That's a bit rude, ain't it, brother?
I'm fucking in it, bro.
After a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. My tea was completely harmless! He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim will have to be perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a bit rough.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Yeah, Juliet hit Romeo with the fucking Capulet takedown, just straight up judo throws him and does into a German suplex. Like, no one wants to tell you this, but 13-year-old girls in the Middle Ages, like, they were especially trained in wrestling, you know? Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Oh yeah, also, if I'm talking too fast and reading too fast and everything, like, please let me know. Because I know I have a tendency to mispronounce a lot of things, so. Right. Mr. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, The teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, I just naturally assumed that they had been examined, but I guess it is good to just ask. Why didn't I think of that?
Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Ooh.
And why the bloody hell not?
Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance.
How would you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done?
You know, Romeo just watched a street fight one time and tried to do those moves. Exactly. Romeo just uses a gun while Juliet is trained in hand-to-hand combat.
I learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed.
Incensed?
The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked.
Unable? Why?
Simple enough. There was none left. Not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
Dude, that's like if I went into the cup and then grabbed all the tea around with my finger and then just slurped it up with my fucking finger. Like, what did you fucking expect? Like, that's just very unusual, and there should have still been trace amounts. Like, do they not have the right enough technology to detect trace amounts at this time, or? This case taught me a few new words, to be honest, like handsome. Yeah, that's a new one. Honestly, I learn at least 3 new words with every Great Ace Attorney stream. Like, especially with this official translation. Because they always literally just pulled out in the 1800s dictionary and just pointed, okay, this is the closest meaning to this word in Japanese, this is the closest one to this word in Japanese. And it's like, so many words have just dropped out of our lexicon that sometimes we just can't even fucking understand it. Alright. How to speak like a Victorian for dummies, yes. Alright.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. He ate the soap! I will still stand by this! I see. Thank you. That matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. Uh-huh. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Okay, Blackwell, let's not go too deep into the psychology here. Your client's fate is all but sealed. Uh-huh, and how many times have I heard that before? Mere moments from now, you will lose and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. Uh-huh. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Come on, I want to go home. I need to make my paycheck and the missus will have a knife in mine. I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Bonk. Actually, I think that'd be a really funny emote to make. Just having that gavel swing down, just constantly using it for horny jail. Just bonk. Alright. Because that is a very, very satisfying horny jail bonk sound. Alright. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, gaming time. Alright, the catastrophic night. It was around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. Actually, let me just take a look at the evidence we have real quick. So I have my armband, the secondhand book receipt, nearby street map. Yeah, the same fucking... The soap. The soap. The soap. Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? It's a bar of soap. When you first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression just here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now, the depression is completely empty. Yeah, before it was filled with alcohol, but now it's just empty again. Just like me every time when I come home from college. Alright, where could the discs have gone? Oh! Hey. Alright, torn off end of the envelope. Yeah, nothing left inside of the envelope. I mean, what'd we expect? Yeah, can't find anything out of place. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Or just someone in a hurry. Like, honestly, ever since, like, the 19th century, who has ever used a letter opener? Like, I just want to know. I just want to know. And judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Thank you, Susato. Very cool. I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of it, Mr. Naruhodo. Never! Just remember that Iris is known to embellish them. Alright, pair of teacups. Hey, there's still some remnants here. Or is this the one that, fucking Natsume used? Alright. This must be the cup that Mr. Potenchi was drinking from then. You use letter openers? Only sometimes, though? Like, where do you even buy a letter opener nowadays? Like, stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid. Even green tea. Oh, really? Never noticed before. You've never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. Yeah. Drink tea while it's hot. That's Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. Yeah. That's literally the same thing with every culture, though. Like, Americans especially. Spill tea. Girl, spill it. Who'd you kill? Who'd you murder? Oh no, you didn't. Right. You have some lying around? I just use a fucking, nope, I should not admit that. It is illegal for me to own one of these. It's fine. I own a switchblade. Alright. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. As long as you guys don't know where I live, you can't get me arrested for having switchblade. Alright. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave the mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you just sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I should have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. Oh my god. I just remembered something fucking dastardly. So, I was listening to Trash Taste, you know, as you do, great anime podcast, fucking love it. Well, quote-unquote anime podcast. It's literally just a podcast where a group of anime YouTubers just talk shit for a good 2 hours. And I just found out that, like, in Northern Britain, they refer to breakfast, lunch, and dinner as breakfast, dinner, and tea. Like, that's just fucked up. Like, that's just another reason for me to discriminate against the British. Like, you call dinner tea? And you call lunch dinner? Like, bro! This, it's just not allowed. Anyway. Teacups used by Mr. Potenchi and Mr. Natsume. There's no tea ring on the inside of Mr. Natsume's cup. Alright. And crime scene photograph. Yep, that sure is a dead guy. Soap. Awful, insubordinate, churlish, chicanerous, deplorable. Yes, I completely agree. Oh, we got a little fucking coom stain over in the corner here. Alright. Just clothes, brick. Yeah, nothing else out of the ordinary, though. The Northern Britain is generally more posh. I just think they're fucking dandies. Alright. It was 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor, and I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11. He was completely harmless, couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Take some time to have an effect on the body. People don't kill it over immediately after taking it. I think it's important to know some more facts about the poison itself. And actually, I want to know, how do you guys know that was strychnine in the first place, if you weren't able to test it? How long does it take for symptoms to appear, then? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed. Then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. Wait, oh, they must have tested Potenchi himself for traces of poison. Like, here, piss in this cup. So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Yeah, you know, no kidding. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. And further degrades Oseki-san's alibi. I have a medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have died. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence. Alright, new evidence. I'll at least look that. Alright. Oh yes, I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. Yeah, great. Great. Okay. William Potentia, 31. Ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Investigative conclusions. Poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. on 21st of February, assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for the poison was at the scene. Huh. Wait, if it was around 1:30 a.m., but fucking Natsume left at around 11 p.m., like, that's fucking sus as fuck! Like, bruh! Okay. After I wish, I went back to my room at around 11. Yeah, if it was around 11, it takes 30 minutes for it to go into effect, then... Huh. I don't know where to present this, though. I'm just gonna press some other stuff. So, I'll press it around 11, then. The literary debate. About Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? Ah, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh, yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable party.
Romeo and Juliet.
Who was stronger? I know I'm gonna regret asking this, but how'd the debate go? Yes, please tell me how the debate went.
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly
with reenactments. Yes. And oh my god, and so Seki was representing Juliet. So Seki fucking sword fighting while cross-dressing is an image in my mind I didn't know I needed to have, but I'm so much gladder that I have it.
So he battled it out in Greco-Roman style, naturally.
What?
It's just, Mr. Potentia had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest.
So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
He is Romeo, I is Juliet. And after a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever.
Yo, this is a victory for feminism. Let's go, gamers.
I dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage.
Fact remains that was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
And it's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room.
Wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
And where was the pot for your tea? Like, is that just back in your room?
Any of any such basis for that statement, witness?
Alright, I'll press this as well. Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think that the fellow had never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is pity, because one drop is all we would need to analyze it for poison.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely! By heaven and earth, I swear it!
The landlord was able to verify that as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night.
And how was the landlord able to attest this?
He, so it was the lamps, I believe.
The lamps?
Excuse me, I'm dying. Shit.
Sorry, literally had dinner just before this, so... little bit of a belch going on, a little bit of gamer juice coming out. Alright.
The lamps, Inspector.
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in the other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only one key to Mr. Potentia's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself, from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right! My tea was harmless, completely harmless! If you take poison, you'll die! Everyone knows that!
Thank you for summarizing it so succinctly, Mr. Natsume.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean? Okay. Victim would have been able to perfectly lock after his, guest left. Okay. The argument still stands, you say?
This one,
Mr. Natsume was saying, isn't it? The pair of them drank tea together that night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on.
Exactly. Me and my tea are innocent. Sweet and innocent, I tell you.
Great, sir, that doesn't follow. You see, strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Potentially could have locked the door after you'd gone.
Can we add 30 minutes to the testimony, please?
But no! We drank the tea straight away! The battle was over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger. That came after the tea.
Do you have any evidence to support that statement?
In my great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Drink tea while it's hot!
Yeah. Sure, a proverb will satisfy the prosecution.
I'm afraid there's no conclusive proof to support the defendant's assertion. On the contrary, there's sufficient grounds to infer his guilt in this matter.
No! Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, poison in the tea, yes. Alright, fine. I can't get any more definitive statements, so I'll just fucking guess. It's either this statement or the next one, so... Save. Alright. Present. Medical report. Fuck! It was contradictory! Yes. It was contradictory. Thank you. Right. The argument still stands, you say. I think not, Inspector. Wrong again. I think you'll find that you overlooked a very significant chronological inconsistency here. Yeah, inconsistency.
What? What are you talking about?
According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at around 11.
Ah!
Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Ah! Wait, why both of them? They just the fucking same animation. Okay, that's pretty funny. Alright.
Your friend's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks?
Sorry, let me just pour some G Fuel here real quick. A good year. Exquisite. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. I wasn't unable to come up with a joke for that. I'm sorry, Chad. I let you down. Right. How could it have happened, you ask? Fuck my hand! I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Phantom? Please, I don't want to talk about the Phantom again in this turn game. I've had enough of the Phantom. Hey.
It's so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, the time stated in the medical report.
Yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot. Yes, thank you, Naruto. Perfect defense, as usual.
And in my country, there's an even more apt saying. Learn to shut your mouth. There's nothing more refreshing than cold tea.
Uh-huh. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim can be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sorts of possibilities, Counsel?
I'm getting to it. Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or, the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. Suggests this may have been a suicide, Counsel. Well, he isn't dead. It could have been attempted suicide and be like, hey, that fucking guy, he's Japanese. I'm not comfortable with him being in my apartment, but... Because, you know, certainly, there's this little thing called gentrification lately that's kind of popping off. I want to pardon it. If he gets convicted of murder, he's no longer in my apartment. Like, yo, Goals? Mr. Potentiate has categorically denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Oh, damn it! But you could be lying!
Bruh. Even you must know how fucking foolish that is. You absolute nincompoop. You confounded idiot. You foolish fool who speaks foolishly of foolish matters. Very cringe, I must say, Mr. Naruhodo.
Something wrong, Lord Van Zix?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Carriage? What carriage? You gonna pour in our glass here, bro? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Let him out, dumbass. Fucking idiot. Oh, let me guess, he's a witness now. What? Who? Where? Out! Out, brief candle! Life's but a walking shadow.
A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Unironically, this guy has some fucking grace, though. Like, I'm impressed. And I actually really like his theme. It's nice.
Who saw you? William Potenchi, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim.
What?
What's he doing here?
The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him as a witness. I mean, just look at his hair! Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
Ah, peasants. Happy am I, potentially, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. But I still have my own tale to tell, my own tale of woe's worst woe. I could regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence and perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
Oh, and who? Why? The fucking guy is just, huh? All right, so that's Mr. Potenchi. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure that we caught a, I feel sure that we caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses.
A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. For the great bards that were called to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he, under such a miracle, William Potenchi.
Oh, the name's Metterman. Adrian B. Metterman. Peterman.
All right. I know that this name has definitely changed. I just don't know what it is. Give me a second. Adrian B. Metterman. Okay. Nicknames. Okay. Adrian B. Metterman, Scarlet Study. Okay. Actually, I might be able to find it here. Sorry, taking a second. I cannot see it. Come on, I'm looking through the patch notes here. Oh, it's just Meter Man. Okay. Alright. Well, that was all for nothing then. Alright, cool.
Adrian B. Mitterman. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yes, she's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? Oh yeah, the fucking spy who's staring very keenly at that fucking box of soap. It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings.
Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me, could we have a word?
Ah! Bollocks! Meter man, away!
Yes, we spotted him outside Mr. Garrett's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Potenchi, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that didst cross me and cross mine innocent lips.
I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed.
Uh-huh.
Thus be I of noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all the heavenly angels be.
Uh-huh. You wanna, like, start pulling your head out of your ass there a little bit? Like, I can imagine that's very, very smelly up there, like, you know? Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name, no, not at all.
Their jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
Uh-huh. They're actually taking the seraph anagram idea seriously. Well, I mean, he is a pretty good actor, all things considered. He does actually have grace.
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Potenchi doing here? The gas man, I mean.
What? Me? Well, now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. Perhaps. Perhaps. But no, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims, conclusively. So I assume that he is another visitor then. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hang on. No, I'm just here.
Hereby call for your formal testimonies. You'll tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
I feel like that is slightly more than discontent that you're speaking about, my good man. God, just seeing Potenchi's fucking face here, it just screams. This is when someone has this as a server emote. Like, this just looks like a good replacement for the forehead emote, you know? Alright.
Snowley about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table.
For a second, I accidentally read that as prostate, so I just imagine him, like, falling ass first onto the table, like, having a fucking bedpost shoved up his ass. Oh, it can't.
Alright. Was the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, not else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
And you're just gonna admit to the court that you were stalking him. Wait, what'd you say? Oh, I didn't tap that. You were keeping an eye on Mr. Potenchi's room all night.
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
Yeah.
Question is, sir, why?
Ah! Well, now, that's because he's on my list. He's on my hit list, you see. I tried to fit a sniper through those gaps in the bricks, but alas, it wasn't able to fit. So instead, I just settled for looking at him through my scope and imagining me sticking a bullet through that forehead of his. Truly, a sad state of affairs.
Right.
What a piece of work is that, man? Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me? You maggot!
Calm yourself.
This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And as the testimony we've heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. Uh-huh. That is unfortunate.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. We're only an hour into it, Your Honor. Please, give me a chance. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Alright. Wintry night of my discontent. No layabout. My neighbor did cometh in the evening bearing a gift of tea. But merry bitter was his drink, and when he left did I fall prostrate on my table. It was the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, not else. Outside, keeping an eye, no one else visited his room. I feel like if I'm gonna get anything, it's gonna be by pressing him. Because he's gonna be, you know, not biased. Oh wait, no, wrong button. But the windows of that house have all been filled in. Historical artifacts in the now defunct window text. Yeah, so I've heard! Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, right there, all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking in through that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up in the ledge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. And most of the time, I can't even fit my big-ass chin in there anyway. It's already top-heavy as is. Do you know how many fucking neck problems I have because of this leg? But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
Ah, good little capitalist pig. Good. Uh-huh. What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accuser left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. Uh-huh. How can you be so sure of that? Police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you.
Really was. You can't argue with the logic. No, these facts need to start caring about my feelings. How you doing, chat? You guys hanging in there? Having a good time? You better be having a fucking good time. Otherwise, I'm coming for your ass. Right. That's the entire testimony. What do you think? Well, can't see any obvious holes. Yeah. Podcast. Yeah, this is basically a podcast at this point. Right. Yeah, just need a press. I want to press the last line here. You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it was the defendant then. Feel like I'm watching a live stream at work. Alright, well, you know, I'll take it, sure. Alright, how many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London? Right. Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite...
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Potentially drink tea together?
Ah, sorry, couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see into the room all that well, could I?
If you couldn't even see them drinking your tea, then why should we accept the rest of your testimony, sir?
Oh, I did see was silhouette of that little round-back fellow wearing a pretty dress.
Alright, fine, it's valid. I agree. Sorry. Ugh, give me a second, chat. I need to blow my nose real quick.
Alright. Then the pair of them started some sort of wrestling match. Tell you, I don't know what to make of it. You sure it was a wrestling match, or was it more like bow chicka wow wow situation? Like, you know, where's the nose blowing ASMR? I'm not that fucking kind of channel there, buddy. Like, you wanna fucking say something to me? You want me to do something here? Huh?
Alright. I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway. Yeah, it was the fucking championship title. It came with the belt included.
Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question? No question! Gasman's honor!
Does Gasman have honor? I just want to know. That's the entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I can't see any oh, yeah, we already did this. I guess we gotta press the stooge then. Gift a tea. Alright. Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Mr. Potenshi, we do not accept interpretive dance as a form of testimony. Please! The defendant had really put the poison into your tea. That 3-hour window of time is something you're going to have to explain. Gladly. It is an easy task. What? What? I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did Harry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, it was stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, barely were my lips parched. Uh-huh. That doesn't sound normal. Yeah. Like, it'd be very rude for our guests to just bring you tea and for you to just not do anything with it. Nay, it's quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall a fiery debate. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who is stronger? Mr. Potenshi, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. It was the stupid lover of words that attempt to shove me off this mortal coil. We all know what that means. Right. Was the tea that passes lips and nothing else. I present the soap! You must have eaten it! Come on, tell me, you bastard, you had to eat the soap! Alright. So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal. Dinner, tea, supper. Oh, fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry. I would that my belly were full, no more often the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours with learned study of great bard and playwright. Hence, it is little there doth not in my chamber be than the costumes of mine art. That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. Oh, bro. Well, at least you didn't find the fucking bones of the rodent. Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. Or I have devoured them all.
I'm sorry, you did what?
Did you fucking eat the fucking scripts? Bro? You've eaten them. Every word be within my skull. Didst thou imagine otherwise? Right, that wasn't misleading at all. Alright, now, could you turn around, do you think? Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the man's lips is in the tea. Alright, fine. I was outside this bloke's window, freezing cold. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess I gotta press the first one then? Be clear, by neighbor, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou wouldst that I call him the man from upstairs? And at which time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? I don't understand why... Fucking mustachioed. Since when was that a proper use of the term mustached? Like, was that how it was actually pronounced back then? Mustachioed? Fucking mustachioed, pistachioed? Not very ordinario? Like... A meeting was promised for the hour of 9. And lo, did he come to tender gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance with the defendant's own testimony, yes.
and we are embroiled in such a literary debate as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means their discussion about who is the stronger, Romeo or Juliet.
I, potentially, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. It was stressed as would our characters be, to bring weight upon a merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene. Yeah.
Frailty, thy name is women.
Oh! Base! Yo! I'm kidding, chat. I'm kidding. Fucking Christ, just fucking laying out his misogyny on the table. Alright, brother. Okay. Okay. This game is certainly something. Bruh.
Let's now imagine how dismayed I was. Yes, I'd heard of the Eastern art of jujitsu, but ne'er did I dream it would be a skill practiced by the comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up. This is not helping our case. Yeah. Clearly, Juliet was very knowledgeable in the art of the Susato toss.
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate.
Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the Hughes brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding.
Yeah, we've pressed literally everything. I can't imagine there would be anything else.
My lord!
Goodness me, yes, Mr. Foreman.
Okay, my mouth hasn't listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yeah!
Are we to understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision?
You're right, we have. Are you all with me?
Yeah! Wait, no, hold up just a second. Again, I know this looks bad, but believe me, I have a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. You see, the defendant actually stepped on a poisoned splinter in the wood flooring, and naturally, that's what actually caused him to get poisoned. Like, it was just a simple accident. Like, someone who rented the room at that point happened to just have that poison, and just, oop, there goes a drop onto the floor, and then, ow, ooh, some my toe, ouch, ooh, my bones, and oh no, I'm poisoned and I'm dead. And that, Your Honor, is how the case has happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None, as far as I can see.
Since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I don't take my Bob home with me tonight, the missile will blow her top! What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Very well, let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as the defendant's culpability.
Yuzai.
Yuzai.
Oh, she has a much deeper voice than I was expecting.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Oof. Well, that's it, chat. Pack it home. Take it in. We're done. Like, everyone, have a good stream. Yep, see ya. Bye-bye. Alright.
Well, it appears the jury is indeed unanimous.
Sorry, pardon me. Need to just get a little bit more G Fuel in here. A sweet taste of misogyny in the morning. So, this time at least it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. And to all the e-girls across the land. I don't know why all of a sudden I made Van Zeek's a fucking neckbeard, but... fucking... Oh, God. Lord Varric Van Based. Jeez. Damn it!
How could I ever fight against misogyny?
Get up, Mr. Naruhodo. Please, the trial isn't over yet.
What? Oh, we are fully aware of the closing argument, Susato. Yep. Uh-huh. A closing argument. Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course, but here in the British courts of law, if we can reverse the decisions of a majority of the jurors, that is a mouthful. Like, that is a decent mouthful. We can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. Bonk! The defense moves to invoke its right to summation examination, my lord. Why am I not surprised at my learned Nibonese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting truth. You know, for not comprehending a rule, we sure have utilized it to the fullest, haven't we? You know? Certainly no other defense counselor in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Except for the fact that we've already done it. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the summation examination, as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
Ugh.
Ah, you blow my nose again.
There you go. There's your nose blowing ASMR, if it picked it up. Most likely did, but yeah, that definitely picked that up. I hope you're happy, Toast. And if you're not, you did this to yourself. Nice.
The victim may not be well up, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at the kids by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy.
Like, bruh. Just because he's everything you aren't doesn't mean that he's fucking fishy. Fucking white boy. There's no evidence to suggest the gangling actor is a fraudsman. For now, at least.
I really don't care. Like, I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach...
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
Need a good old man voice for him. Because I've already used a majority of my old man voices. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. It seemed that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Potenchi is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Sadly, nothing Mr. Natsume has said appears to have registered at all. Well, here goes. Let's not forget. Plead with the jury on Saseki-san's behalf before, and it worked, so you never know. That's right, gamers. Let's go. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how a summation examination works. Naruhodo. Oh. Well, you're still very new to British law, after all. That's true, I suppose, and Saseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands now, too. There's always a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should hear her out. Wonder?
No need. I am good.
Thank you for the kind offer, Mrs. Sato. But I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand. I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
Ah, I wish I had someone on my side like that. All chat does is bully me. It asks for me to blow my nose on stream. Like, oh.
Fucking degenerates, the lot of you. Right. See, this is really listening carefully to each juror's statement. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, sir. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. Oh, I just fucking know. Why is the witness's bench suddenly so fucking long? Like, look at that. Jesus Christ. There's like a good 20-foot gap in between Potentia and fucking Meterman there. Like, bro. When is that? That's just unnecessary.
Victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man and straight up. There's no reason to doubt him.
Alright, he's splendid. He may be fishy, but you take that back, asshole. No, not one of those things. It's a reason to find the man guilty.
But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, has a mustache, and he stoops. You see, you arrive at these conclusions in just 3 steps. 3 steps, like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. Yeah, you fucking start on your left foot, bro. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. But the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chin man next to him says, isn't it? 1, he saw the Japanese man there. 2, he saw no one else. And 3, he saw the Japanese man there. Oh.
No, you fucking repeated yourself. That's not a waltz.
That's another 3 steps. Oh, this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it?
Right, and the prosecution will waltz its way to victory if I let you speak much more. This is just nice music. I like it a lot. Alright, no evidence suggests the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. Why do you say for now? Like, you already suspect him. A fraudsman. What do you mean by that, madame? It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. What? I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious! Altamont Gas, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe. The proper handling is essential. As I'm sure an employee from the East End branch office will be the first to agree.
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas is the best in the world, of course.
Oh yeah, good little capitalist pig. Yeah, salute your leader. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So, would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Meterman was watching what Mr. Potentia was up to in his room? I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths the population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But to dispatch a worker to watch the suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So you mean Mr. Potentia is...
I won't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief. You haven't noticed the public gallery in here, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldst thou wound me with thy words, why to let them penetrate the skin?
Uh-huh. See no evil, hear no evil. Okay, brother.
But seraphs hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song. We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around you until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in that ultimate gas explosion.
So, Mr. Potentia has been stealing gas. I wonder, juror number 4, would you mind adding that information to your statement?
My pleasure. Was the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed?
Yes. Hello, before the part about object violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
Could be it. This could shift the balance. Alright. He's a common thief in my company's gas. Alright. He's noble and straight up. There's no reason to doubt him. I think I'm going to wait to suppress everything else here real quick. You keep talking about needing to take home some money. What's that all about, sir? You know!
Finished last, that's what it's all about.
What's that?
I'm talking about the Derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week, wasn't it?
Derby?
It was a dead cert, that's the thing. I couldn't lose, so I took my wife's secret savings, like,
Oh.
Well then, that hopeless old man went and did the unthinkable. Oh, that stupid finished last.
Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it?
This is the day the missus uses her savings for a trip down the pub. So come on, let this business lie now. Just give it up.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Bruh.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all.
Uh-huh, but for his age, yes. What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
At 5. You're really early riser then, aren't you? Yeah, it's before the sun rises here.
Huh? What's that now?
I said you're an early riser!
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5. My, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
Huh? What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night!
That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. Can we be assured that this man on the jury is mentally stable enough to, make an opinion about my client? Huh? Huh? Anyone? Boo! Boo! Okay. Got it. I'm a great lawyer, guys. I'm fucking best lawyer in the land. Alright, yep, I'm familiar. Press you. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Can some of them also be liars? Huh?
I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar.
Look, the point is, the only thing that's past the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's take. When you take the gas man's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer.
Well, it's alarmingly logical.
Let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman with a gentleman's values.
Yeah, the gentleman that has a gambling problem and takes a lot of loans.
If it turns out that the old Shakespearean chum is a rotten liar after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. I'm sure my fellow gentlemen in the jury would do the same, isn't that right?
Well, yes, perhaps, though I don't see it happening.
Eh? What's that? Totally John the end here, you know. You have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this job to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have in the jury there? Alright, sir, I may hold you to that. Don't forget what you said. Okay. If you can show that he's a liar, I'll reconsider. Press. By saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid.
No, it's not what I said. The point is, the man is the victim here. What reason will you have to lie?
And yes, he is rather splendid.
Like, you fucking, you got something you got a little hot under the collar for him? You getting a little wet under the dress there, huh?
Alright. So you say yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at it. I'm afraid it's not splendid at all.
So, are you saying he's guilty just because he isn't the exact picture perfect of beauty? Bruh. These people. Oh, Jesus. Fucking, I'll get it, man. I'll get it. Okay. Splendid logic there, madame. Thank you so much.
Just look at the accused by comparison.
Oh, right. It's common thief of my company's gas. Just need to end quickly. Alright, I guess this is the only thing I can really pit, I suppose. Yeah, liar! Woo! He's lied about other things, so why not this? Sure. No actual proof, but yeah.
Good gracious, 2 statements you refer, counsel.
Juror number 1.
Eh? What are you yelling about, lad?
I presume you've heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the good lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much.
It's true, we don't have evidence as such, just yet.
But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as this operation has already been compromised, I would suggest that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, my lady. Gasman's honor. Booba. All hail Booba. Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Potenchi was a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt. Yes, I did say that, and as a man of honor, I'll hold to it, as I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Well, yeah, yes. Now we found out the man's a liar. Perhaps we ought to consider the matter further.
Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means you'll recap a few points, that would suit me to the ground.
Alright, sure, man. You know what? Whatever works. We did it.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
So, Mr. William Potenchi, if that's your real name, you have the jury demand to know exactly what kind of a man you really are.
Bonk. We didn't prove anything, but somehow it still worked, and luckily, we just have a conflict of interest right on the jury, because that is clearly allowed. Alright. Okay. Time is it? Alright, we're about an hour and 30 into it, okay. Okay, yes, Mr. Naruhodo, victory! Alright. Sure, this is victory, I guess? I didn't really like that closing argument.
Order! Very well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. In order for the trial to continue.
Is disaccord a word? Like, was discord originally disaccord and was eventually shortened? That's interesting.
Bah! Who needs G Fuel anyways? You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Potenchi.
Yeah, hear no evil. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim. Uh-huh.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gasman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Aye, what'd you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Potenchi, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord.
Hast thou forgot? I am as a seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
And actually, had we already confirmed with Gregson that he has a criminal record? Like, we could just bring that up, you know?
Ah, you flowery mouth pompous beanpole, just because I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Potenchi, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
Yeah. See this ribbon? See this one here? Here?
Oh, my mic wasn't even picking me up.
You see this ribbon here? It is what used to be made of lawyers like you. I would keep my mouth shut if I were you. You prick! It is my considered opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be appropriate for the court not to pursue the point further.
Balderdash! I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gasman's honor.
Very well then, we'll hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Mr. William Potenchi, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord, it'll be my pleasure. On the Altamont gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madame.
This smoker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Woohoo! Oh yeah, sweet as honey. Oh, we getting boom on this stand today, boys. Let's go.
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request. Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful. Oh, it's gonna sting. You mark my words. Uh-huh.
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel. Yes. Is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world. Uh-huh.
Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Mr. Zato? If not yet, then he is very close to doing so. I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
Proud to be the company's East End branch investigator and meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept threepenny bits. Each coin's giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
Threepenny bits. Like a pence? Like, we talking about a pence here?
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow, he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
Sweet G Fuel.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn to my hallowed chalice.
What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zieks? Did the mustachio Nipponese poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That is all that should concern this court, and yet now we must listen to this abhorrence.
Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your Eastern Island nation is more than geographical distance. But this turned out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. Yike! Oh, my leg! Do what you will. Lord Van Zieks appears to be in a violent mood. Yeah, he's destroyed at least 3 cups and 1 bottle today, all within the span of an hour and a half. Like, that's a bit excessive even for him. Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. True that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it would be to establish just who and what this man really is. Alright, investigation time. Investigator and collection agent. Perhaps threepenny bit. Please tell me more about these threepenny bits, my good man. So all London houses have a gas supply that are fitted with these gas meters, are they?
They're the latest model, the height of technology, developed by our company, Altamont Gas. And anyone who uses our gas will have one of these meters in their property, yes.
So if a 3-pence coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people use about 3 coins in a night.
Bit more than that, usually. They have both gas lights and a gas stove, that is.
Thinking about it, Soseki-san doesn't have a fireplace in that room of his, does he?
Some people still choose to use candles, of course, and only have gas for heating.
Yes, I do remember seeing candles in Mr. Natsume's room, actually. How does the money in the meter get back to you at the gas company?
Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit the properties of the gas supply and empty the meters of coins.
I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. But happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues, for the most part.
Ah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean?
Yes, exactly right. And yet, the meter in Mr. Potenchi's room didn't have a single coin in it.
And how do you know that he's been using gas specifically? Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Weeks and weeks. He's been pinching gas off of us for ages.
And he was examining the meter in Mr. Potential's room, I take it. Naturally. We took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock. The Potential Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
I didn't even know there was a fucking 3-pence coin. Like, again, this is interesting to me.
Alright. I'm gonna fucking scoot up here a bit.
Need to get comfy, you know?
Yeah, like slip into my boots a little.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened up the money box and found a bear, you what? I said, you what? You what? And look at his face, that smarmy smile of his. I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being jimmied open anywhere, not a single sign. And what's happened to my salary as a result, down by 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Is a shilling the same amount as a pence, or they're like, I don't know, 10 shillings to a pence or something like that? I don't know. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
None became of it. I still got it.
Oh.
Right here.
No wonder they call you Meter Man.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Definitely. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony.
I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter. Nothing. Nothing! Oof!
The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
I'm gonna inspect that meter real quick. What's that thing there? Very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
The money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found up immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Holmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Yeah, he would do exactly that. Just to see if he could.
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Hold up. How is that not physically modified? Oh, what's...
We spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo.
Just here. There's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So, you think it might have been opened up by Mr. Potential?
Possibly. Seems people at Ultimate Gas must have missed it.
Well, how do you miss something like that? It's like a fucking 1/4 inch in diameter. Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through the inside.
Yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through there.
That's true, but even so, it seems a little more than suspicious.
Wait. Oh, I think I figured it out now.
Alright, the fucking soap. So, here's my bright idea. He was using this fucking soap as a mold. So, he takes this soap, he carves out the shape of a coin, and then he pours water, tea, any sort of liquid like that into there. And actually, the tea. The tea from the Natsume that night, he poured the tea that Natsume had prepared into that soap instead, and that's why there wasn't a single drop left. So he poured all that into the soap, and then he froze it by putting it over by the window where all the other soap is. And then he takes out the coin from the mold of the soap, he inserts it into the gas box activates, and then it slowly melts and then drains through that hole that's at the bottom. And that's why there's the fucking coom in the corner of the room over here. Like, see? Right over by the gas box there. Okay. Somehow he's using all the gas he wants without paying a penny. How do you know that he's been using gas, though?
Well, now, since I started investigating this bloke, I've been to his room more than a few times. On every single occasion, his lamps have been blazing and his stove pounding. It's the middle of winter, and he still turns to me, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and says,
Get thee to a nunnery! Wow, nice. That's a fucking insult and a half.
Hamlet, indeed. Oh, I could wring the bloke's neck. I get all hot under the collar, but still, every time I open up that flaming meter, it's empty. He's robbing me of my salary, too. What's wrong with the world? Where's the justice?
How can Mr. Potentially possibly be stealing the money? I don't understand. Simple explanation is right before your eyes. What? A toast to you eventually realizing that the gas man could be an accomplice. Oh.
You what? Good lord, eminently plausible indeed.
I don't think she liked that.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
Oh, please, Lady Quimby, I'm a faithful worker. And besides, my gasman collect doesn't tally with how much gas has been used. You dock our pay by the same amount.
So you'd be stealing money only to have the same amount be taken from your wages. Clearly, that makes no sense. Perhaps it's a case of losing the battle to win the war?
No. I'm not gonna stir up that hornet's nest. If I weren't stealing from the company, I'd be finished.
It would seem there's no evidence to support the claims of thievery made against the victim. Because Mr. William Potenchi is innocent. Pray, forgive me if that shatters some illusion my learned Nipponese friend was clearly under. Okay. Do I just present the soap, or do I present the box? I'm not sure. This is like my only problem with the Phoenix Wright games, just not knowing what to present. Like, you know what you want to say, but you don't know how to say it. Alright, soap! Fuck! Load it again! Alright, present the box! Fuck! Alright, load! Alright, I guess I gotta press more things then. Okay. Press. So does that mean you enter people's houses in order to empty their gas meters?
That I do. I have to try to catch people when they're in. Then I ask permission to come inside and do my business.
Does that mean you've been to Mr. Natsume's room before, as well as that of Mr. Potenchi?
Well, now, interesting you should bring that up, because I couldn't believe how little money was in his meter. I mean, how the pair of them survived the winter is beyond me, it really is.
My problem with these games is that they're a bit overwritten. Yeah, a bit. But I'm still having a lot of fun reading all the different dialogue and interactions, so personally, I'm not that upset about it. There's a good amount of humor in order to fluff up in between, so... I don't know, I just think it's nice. It's overwritten, but in a good way, I'd say. Like, if you're gonna overwrite it, it's better to make it funny than be redundant, I'd say. Saving is cheating, take your L. Yeah. Knowing Mr. Natsume, he probably spends all of his gas money on books. And then when he's finished reading them, he probably burns them for warmth. You will kindly reiterate your statement about the gas meters themselves, Mr. Meterman?
Not much to say, really, but as you wish.
Right, I already pressed that. Did I press this? Oh, yeah, I already pressed this one. Did I press this one? Okay. Let me see. There's only one key for all of your meters. Well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault at our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of a key, we'd know if the coin box had been opened. Oh, how? I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens. Would you care to explain?
Well, now in order to empty a meter, you have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see.
A seal, like the sort of thing you put in an envelope, you mean? If it prioritizes comedy over conveying information, that's a problem, especially if I don't find it funny. Well, yeah, but it's conveying both comedy and the information at the same time. Like, And it's also reiterating that information a little bit, so even if you skip a few lines, you'll still generally get what's going on. So, and again, I understand it, but I'm not personally as perturbed by it as someone else would be.
Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mr. Shamsbury's mirror, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
That would mean Mr. Potentially somehow managed to steal coins from inside the meter without opening it. It would seem so, but that would be impossible. Okay. Sorry about that. It sounded like there was a fucking accident going on outside because I just heard this fucking car wheel just screeching to a halt, and it was just like over a good like 5 seconds. I was just like, huh? The fuck's going on out there? What the dog doing? Did I press this one? Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so I pressed everything, so clearly I'm missing something. Break. Hey, I certainly didn't expect to uncover another crime that looks like it's been taking place in the very same room. According to the testimony, it's only the meter in Mr. Potenti's room that's under suspicion. It does seem as though it perhaps has nothing to do with the incident involving Mr. Natsume. No, it does seem that way, but the fact is, since I've been practicing law in England, I feel like I've encountered this at least once already. Cases that are interlinked. Oh. Might seem that two cases that have nothing to do with one another at first, but in fact they're intimately connected. Yes, we have experienced that before, haven't we? I wonder if this is another instance. Perhaps, but we can't be sure of that yet. The Altamont Gas Company has been investigating Mr. Potenchi so earnestly. There must be something to it. Then how has he been managing to steal their gas? Okay. Didn't have a single coin in it. Somehow. I'm gonna save again. Entire thing feels like a bro moment. I feel like I'm getting... I don't know. Like, do I have to re-examine stuff here? No? Examined. Tap, tap, tippy tap. What am I missing here? Hello? Damn. Crime scene photo? No. Well, I'm just gonna keep on trying to find out what what this game wants from me. I don't know, press the fucking gas meter again? Nope. Huh. Damn it! I didn't mean to press that! I don't want to go through this all again. Bastard! And... present... bar of soap! Damn it! Actually... Alright, load... I don't know, maybe it wants me to present on a different statement? Oh! Of course, it doesn't appear to have been tampered with. Fucking duh. There we go, Jesus. Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I've been telling you, there's nothing wrong with it!
In that case, what do you have to say of the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh, what?
You're right. You're quite right. There is a little hole there. Let me
meter's not supposed to have that, now the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Potenchi secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised, but why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's tiny. You're gonna get a fart through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design.
What sorts of details?
Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the mirror know that the coin that's been fed is a 3-penny bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. Meter tells coins apart by the shape and size, which includes their thickness. A 3-penny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
I see, it's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend a formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent. As you wish, my lord.
Alright, nothing else will fit. Can I soap? Soap? No! That's a negative on the soap! Damn it! Press it. But conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness could equally well be used. Would that be true?
Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into it to a certain extent as well.
We've thought of that though anyway. If I find any fake coins in the coin box when I empty the meter, the contract says the customer has to pay 100 times the amount they told as a fine. We live for moments like that, us craftsmen do. Live for them.
Yeah. Actually, man, I just fucking noticed this man was clearly designed to look like a worker bee. Like, just look at that fucking stinger on the back. I'm just like, yeah. That's exactly what he is. In terms of personality as well. Like, Jesus.
It would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Oh, hurrah for gas, hurrah for cash. That's about all the way.
It's quite enough of that.
Oh, and of course, she's the queen bee. Okay. Remind me, how big are 3-penny bits?
About 3/4 of an inch across.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Or perhaps there's some other aspect of the mirror's construction that we should be focusing on? Yes, you might be right. Perhaps I should try a different tack here. Like asking about where the meter can be dismantled, for example.
Delve deeper.
Delve deeper. How can the mirror be dismantled?
Dismantled?
Yes, given that there are no signs of it having been forced, I'm wondering if perhaps rather than being broken apart, it might have been taken apart.
Well, yes, that does make some sense.
The padlocks are made by a first-class locksmith from the finest quality steel.
And the meter box itself is made from plate steel as well, welded shut to ensure it can't be opened again. I can assure you, it's quite impossible to dismantle it.
Yeah, none leaks, no coin, no gas, no coom.
Do you get it? Is it too subtle?
Yeah, I'll admit, this is a bit irritating now, but I'm just like,
where do you want me to present it? Where?
Yeah, and this is, again, it's one of the parts that I don't like about Ace Attorney games, but you know what? You go through it. You go through it. And amend it. Yep. And the lock is made from solid steel. No way to dismantle it. Oh, did the statement fucking switch? Right, go deeper. Fucking switch the statement for me. Yep, skip through it. Ah, damn it. I pressed the wrong button. Leave it. Okay. Else will fit. What do you want me to do? It wants me to fucking re-examine the soap? You bastard. About 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch. Okay. Found it. Thank you. Bar of soap. Present. Jesus Christ. Okay. That sucked. Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Potenti's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Something that matches the same size as the threepenny bit? What was it? The item in question is this soap! What? Have you been inhaling gas? That's a bar of soap! I've just been eating the soap. I haven't been inhaling it. Jeez. It certainly looks nothing but like a threepenny bit, I must say. So I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean. What's so important about the soap is this part here. Look at this fucking round part. You have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Ah, are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there? That's right, a depression in dimensions. In other words, almost the exact same size as the threepenny bit. Get away! Does anyone here present have in their possession a threepenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please, donate all of your money to the church, please. If you donate enough money, Mr. Soseki may get off the hook. Please, put him right directly into my pocket here. Believe me, it's a complete coincidence that this is the only container we have in this courtroom. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Yeah. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a threepenny bit. Now, to see if it fits. My word, it couldn't be more snug. Yes, as I suspected, this, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. Well, I don't believe it. And we still haven't found how this is relevant in the slightest. Let's go! So your assertions amounts to what? That some inferior bar of soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes. Yes. Just imagine the fucking Giga Chad meme. Like, you think that this irrelevant bar of soap has some sort of connection? Yes. Alright. It's clearly made for a threepenny bit. I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin with some force into a poor quality bar of soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape. And then you could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake ones in no time. This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Potentially has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now if I follow the chain of thought, it's gonna bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. What? This is all nonsense! If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that can make them disappear. Hey, I don't have any Nipponese black magic here. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes. Exactly. And the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of this magical method used visible in the gas meter taken from the victim's room. If that's your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. And please, please tell us how this is relevant. Please! Okay. When the meter can the remnants of the method used to make the fake coins disappear be seen? Let me just... Yeah. There we go. Present. We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap. Ah, I get it! That's right, the answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Ice, ice, baby. God, I make the fucking worst jokes, Jesus fucking Christ. Right. Mr. Potentially has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As the room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts, turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, the man has been stealing Altamont gas.
So what?
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. Some bars of soap and some bottle of water? I don't believe it. It can't be true. You have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence. Sorry? I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell us our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof.
She's very good at forcing accountability, isn't she? Uh-huh. Sorry, just, I made this friend on CSGO recently. I recently just saw his username pop up in the corner of the screen of Steam and said, "Smoking Big Doinks is now playing Counter-Strike." We out here smoking Big Doinks in Amish. God, who the fuck remembers that meme for like 2017? Like, Jesus. Very well, Lady Altamont. If you'd like evidence, I'll provide it.
What?
Mr. Naruto, are you saying you do actually have evidence to support this theory? I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. A piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Potenchi has been stealing gases. This picture! This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Potenchi. What remnants? Here you can see the gas mirror on the wall in Mr. Potenchi's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
Coom. What is that? Some kind of grubby stain. It's white and some sort of pasty? Like, it makes it so sticky when they're touched.
Almost certainly. It's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made by the meter.
Ah!
One coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours. We can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor.
This is awful.
There's further evidence, too. Mr. Potenchi is slumped over his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half.
You're right.
It would appear to me then, Counsel,
That the man was eating the soap.
we're never gonna get over this fucking gag. I won't let it.
He was eating the soap.
Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not.
He didn't beat about the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Potenchi was found with a fork in his hand.
Made of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Seeks.
You mean to say he was using that fork to...
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
Ah,
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
good gracious.
Yeet!
Bollocks.
Lord Van Seeks?
I was throwing my hand up in despair. I happened to catch my hollowed bottle in the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake.
Maladroit? That's a new one. I haven't heard that.
What's the meaning of this council?
Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
True.
Well.
That Mr. William Potenchi is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable. The T is silent in Maladroit, I believe? Got it.
That's it. That's exactly it.
Very well, let us assume the man's a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make Well,
You see,
we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no sign of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Potenchi is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it.
No!
Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication.
Yo. Why? We figured it out.
Order, order! Well, counsel, how's the defense respond?
Mr. Naruhodo.
What was the point of that last cross-examination? Didn't actually get us anywhere. Apparently the tea is not silent. Okay, thank you. Or it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zeeks is saying.
Well, we can't just say it did nothing.
No, this isn't over. Defense will not rest.
What?
But, counsel, you successfully explained everything. You identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Potenchi to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Van Zeeks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what he would have the court to believe, not all of them have been objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my nippity's friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to a lack of evidence.
Oh, he knows. Oh, he knows.
The situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand.
Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider. Namely,
where are we going with this, brother?
Probably... What was the poison in the tea?
Sam?
Like... Sam? Yes. The answer is yes. We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Potenchi was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best. The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of the poison. As I said, the situation has changed, because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene, and a particular piece of evidence proves it. A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed? The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. Please, prove why, y equals mx plus b. Please present your mathematical proof in order. Please make sure to use your definitions and theorems to their utmost ability. What can tell us the nature of the defense tea? The cup? Save. Present that. It may possibly be related. Damn it! Okay. The soap. Good gracious. Soap again? Okay. Yeah, it's the soap. Okay. The soap! Good gracious!
The soap, again! The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday. It's more bars of soap. So, what are bars of soap doing lined up on an ledge outside the window? Quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating. In a way, yes, but there's more. Coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them. Exactly, something very obviously strange. They were red. Alright, we had a good stream. We figured it out. We solved the mystery. Alright, see you guys. Have a great day. The ice was red. No, you mean... That's right. It's obvious to me now. Fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? I remind the court of a stalemate of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Tenji's room as a gift. The bottled water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result! Never will I touch tea again! Never!
Ah, yes. Yeah, get more jokes. Yeah, honestly, this is dragging. It's really dragging. Like, we figured it out a while ago. This kind of stinks.
Yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So on the night in question, Mr. Potenchi, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word!
There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Potenchi's window.
Extraordinary!
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that if even 1 drop of the tea remained, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what is until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
Ah! You smug Nipponese!
My lord, we cannot do the defendant of the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once, and make sure they don't eat it this time. It may be tasty, it may be tea flavored, but believe me, it is not one they want to drink. Well, at least this will be able to prove that, Natsume had the opportunity to. He didn't actually give Potenchi anything that would be able to possibly poison him. So the issue becomes, how was Potenchi poisoned? And we're still not out of the neck of the woods yet with that, so. And defense requests a thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend to the scene at once.
Yes, my lord, understood, sir. Let me just get my whip before I head out. Whoosh! Ride, Betty, ride!
It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Van Zeeks.
None, my lord.
Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we got through it at least. Well, we managed to scrape through there, so yeah.
Thank you, counsels. Close adjourned until tomorrow.
I actually thought that this would be a one-day trial and that we would have to do everything in this one part, but I suppose not. So, I guess we'll just keep going then. We're gonna take a tiny break and then we're gonna do the investigation, see if we can figure out what the hell is happening. Because we still don't know jack shit. Alright, save complete, and we're gonna be right back in a sec, so everyone, go to the bathroom, take your potty breaks, and I'll see you in a hot minute. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Took a bit longer than I expected. We all still doing okay? Yeah, I'm just having a good time. Like, I feel like this is one of the few games I can stream and constantly feel like I'm doing a good job with commentary and everything. Like, not have to worry about, like, viewer count or, oh god, I have to say something or I'm not entertaining or anything. Like, I'm just enjoying myself. And I'm probably just gonna keep streaming this anyway, even though I know that, like, I'm not gonna get any viewers, so... That's what Minecraft is for. And we'll be doing that later next week, as well as looking at Coom Caves, so. 22nd of February, 1:11 p.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. That's how it goes with every trial, though, isn't it? Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the street of London, you were very nearly flattened several times. Where is that coming up from? Oh, no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh, thank you. And now that your fervent exploits have wanted some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Yes, let's do that. Is everything alright? I suppose I still can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer. I mean, the Old Bailey, no less. Yeah. Dude, it's your third trial. I think you'd kind of get used to it by this point, but eh. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. Asogi! Asogi! Why? Why haven't I? Asogi! Oh. I'm fine, chat. I'm fine! It's just a little something in my eye! Should be Kazuma. It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him. Yes, I mean, I never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I have no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if you were here with us. Sogi. Thank you, Susato-san. Thank you. Alright. We need to have this argument. Is it a spade or is it a shovel? Perhaps we should put the spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles. After all, it's a trowel, so, meh. On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is. Yes, I think it's for the best. We may need a shovel when working in the garden. Uh-huh. Oh, God, I fucking love the music in this series, dude. It's unironically what I think is the best part. Ooh, Susato's room. You guys want to go into Susato's room and see what's in there? Great. I heard there's another room behind that door. Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know. That'll help you unpack your things. It's very kind, but no thank you. Your luggage looked very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it? It's very kind, but really, no thank you. The Unmaiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. The only secret I have is the 5 yen banknote hidden in the backside of my Daruma doll. Bruh, 5 yen? Like, just so you know, chat, that's the equivalence of a nickel. Well, although I suppose back then it was probably worth a lot more, so it could have been worth like 500 yen. Is that an aquarium? These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently. Yes, the English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in the home. And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too, huh? That's right. I'm not sure that's really the idea. She just doesn't understand our genius, chat. She just doesn't get it. Women, am I right? Ha! I'm kidding. Look at my attorney's badge. You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you? Well, it's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate. I'm not sure that really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid. I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Eh? And that is how people con you, chat. Always be on the lookout. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone. You're stopped by the police? Often? Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner, dressed all in black with a sword at my side. I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Just stop wearing the sword, Forehead. It's easy, Forehead. Just don't have a gigantic blade that can be used to murder people with, Forehead. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it, and the armband. Yes, I made it up in my mind that I'll carry them always. The symbol of who I am, and the sword, Karuma. Let's get back to what's important. Gaming, chat. Gaming with an E. Alright. Drums is sweet. Let's just go say hi. Let's go down. Let's go down the floor. Holmes, what are you doing, bud? I gotta know.
Oh, Bruno and Susie! Hooray, you're back!
Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see.
I am! And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie.
Oh, you flatter me.
Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I just made a pot of tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But actually, what is that foul smell?
Has Holmes not taken a bath today?
Gaming more like gaming, yo. Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? We've been in court. Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, was it? Yeah, and you weren't invited. I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure you think you did. Ah ha ha ha! Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how'd the trial go? Reasonably well so far. We've managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really? I would have liked to see it. I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Ranziek's an acquaintance, Mr. Holmes? Naturally! There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still. Like, you may know him, but does he know you? And yeah? Mr. Holmes. Whatever is that odor? Odor with a U, mind you? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Simply dreadful. Ah, indeed! That's a scent of victory, my dear fellows! Victory in science, for I've contained and fought inside this jar! And I have begun to replicate it. It will be used in balloons all across the country as a new security device. You step in a balloon and it releases a deadly odor, instantly immobilizing the victim. Genius.
You wearing a diaper? Fringe?
Right. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Let's get this out of the way. Let's just address the elephant in the room. So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. The latest and greatest. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Do we need to make sure whether tea is in fact tea or not? Favorite type of armor? I don't know. I'm not really too knowledgeable about armors, so I wouldn't really have a favorite. While armor is very interesting, like I just haven't really looked into it. So I guess for now it is temporarily blank. Oh my. Some unscrupulous sorts man the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris! At the ready, Holmesy. Let's drop my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It becomes black. I see. And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious. But what do you do with the black liquid now? Because I'm guessing you cannot drink it anymore.
Why? Dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't want to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Holmes.
Hence why these chemical tests are merely a test, my dear madame.
Right.
The point is, we are entering a new era of science, in the world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in the scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Sherlock Holmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based.
Based? Based on what?
This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research.
Forensic science. I suppose I should find out more about that. Alright, but do you have any intention of actually getting this stuff verified? Because I know that, well, at the time of this case, we didn't go through this, but in the case immediately after this one, you didn't exactly go about patenting any of your investigative techniques. So that just resulted in all of your evidence not being admissible in court. Unfortunately. So your t-test, is that an example of forensic science?
Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality.
Not a huge number of cases then.
Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there.
I hadn't even heard of them until recently.
Which is particularly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Holmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds.
Okay, dude, just... Wow. Say what you're really thinking, huh?
No, what I'm researching is skin prints.
Alright. Chat, pull out your shot glasses. It's gonna take a while. Skin prints.
A nomenclature, my own design, is this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Holmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black.
I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed.
Uh-huh. Sure thing.
Lord Baroque Van Zeeks.
Yes, it's an interesting sobriquet. Sobriquet? 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 Sobriquet?
It's an interesting son of a bitch he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once a legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital.
But vanished how exactly?
By falling under a passing carriage or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by highwaymen. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow.
It all seems a little far-fetched, really.
Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least.
Yeah, or he could just be fucking double cursed and just die suddenly and painfully. That's not overly reassuring. If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Zeeks' own hand.
As it happens, Mr. Sato, that's quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper has always had a cast-iron alibi.
Really?
And so his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. And really did end bitterly indeed. Sober quick? No. We get unsober very quick.
That's the only way we can deal with Holmes nowadays. That's all that we can do.
Right.
And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Oh, Runo, I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
Wow! Wow! That's a bit rude, isn't it?
It's Holmes that'll have you know? Excuse me? It says it with an SH clearly?
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. Oh, so she was saying that, not that she hated me, but that fucking Van Zeeks hated me. Yeah, yes, he hates me with deep passion. But the hate fucking, oh man, the hate fucking, it's good, chat, it's good. Like, the pegging, you wouldn't believe how good it is. Alright. Let's talk about Japanese people. This couldn't possibly go wrong in any way. With Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Ms. Suzato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed! It is an interesting observation. Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Holmes? Self-report. Banned off of Twitch and YouTube. Just banned off of the internet in general. Get the fuck out of here. Need to be put down. And I'm not gonna argue against that. It was about 10 years ago that Baroque Van Zeeks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. No! Who would have thought? What the? Tell us more, Mr. Holmes. What happened? I'm not gonna tell you! That is for you to find out later for yourself, and for most likely to give you an exposition when the plot requires it. I believe I made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but... the veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Yes, I see. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Bruno. See you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Holmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You don't have anything better to be doing, you fucking dick. You were. Yes, of course, you just said so a moment ago. You said we witnessed your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later. In all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Perhaps. I mean, there's a chance. An unlikely one. A rare one. An improbable one. A near zero one. An asymptote of a chance that I may help you. Your commitment astounds me. Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye-bye, Susie. Alright. Oh, he's just fucking sitting here. Mr. Holmes seems to be making funny faces at something on his desk. I thought he said he was going to come with us to Mr. Potenti's room. No doubt he's preparing something, Mr. Naruhodo. Something amazing. He's doing it whilst asleep. Is there no limit to the man's talents? True. Let's look at the Stradivarius once more. It's Mr. Holmes' famous violin. One he was found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shot something? A shoddy thing? A shitty thing? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm Japanese, I can't pronounce the letter V. Strajivo. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Oh, I'm always happy just seeing Iris just tapping away. It's fucking adorable. Like, it may not be accurate, but it looks cool. Charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles. And, yep, don't touch, they might explode. Ah, a charming shelf full of charming bottles full of charring ingredients. Full of charring ingredients, okay. That's a good one. You know, Holmesy mistakenly drank from one of them the other day. Yeah, so I've heard. What? And how? I think he was lucky, though. He hasn't exploded yet. Chemistry can be a very hazardous occupation. It's living with Mr. Holmes that's a hazardous occupation, if you ask me. And no kidding. What equations do you have here? Oh yes, this is where you note down ideas, isn't it, Iris? So, what's on the blackboard today? Buck up, Bruno. What? Oh, I'm just playing around with the ideas for the title of next month's installment. other idea I had was the barrel coronet. I'm really torn about which to use. What do you think, Bruno?
Anything but buck up Bruno, obviously.
I suppose you're right. I tell you what, I'll surprise you with it. You'll just have to wait until next month and see.
Oh, so many sleepless nights. Yeah, just both Naruhodo and Gregson just under the covers in bed, just wide awake at night. Oh god, what is she gonna write about us? Oh fuck. How's my pay gonna get affected by this? It always strikes me how pretty and neatly arranged this tea set is.
It's my favorite one. In fact, I think it's high time for afternoon tea. Wait there, I'll fetch a special blend I prepared for today.
Oh, Iris, you do love your tea, don't you? She looks so happy at the prospect.
Have you drunk it? I'll collect some experimental data if that's alright.
Please pee into this vial. Wait, whoa! Whoa! Am I having some special marijuana tea? Like, what's going on, Iris? We getting a little crunk up in here?
Oh yes, to the biznitch.
Alright, just what is she about to make me drink? Look at all these mementos of Mr. Holmes' past cases. No, Miss Usato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them.
Rios don't, do they, Bruno?
Well, no, because I don't read. I never learned how to read. Alright, okay. The story about the gay dudes who are gay. Yes. Yes. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me.
Well, he does solve the cases. In the end.
I suppose so. Perhaps it's more the great detective than meets the eye. Yeah, a lot is changed in those stories from beginning to end, I can tell. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in this country, in the fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. You be careful, Miss Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? Suffered terrible burns, you know. Are you sure that that's the only thing I would suffer? I'm pretty sure I'd fucking melt. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Actually, do kotatsus even exist at this point? Well, I mean, is electricity a mainstay in Japan at this point? I'm not sure. Curious how this enormous metal chest is being used as a coffee table. And even more curious to think that Iris's father's notes about Mr. Holmes' cases are inside of it.
You mustn't look in there, Bruno. These notes are a secret between Daddy and me.
And Mr. Holmes isn't somehow in on the secret? No, not in the slightest.
Holmesy tends to forget, you see, as soon as he solved a case, in fact. When he reads one of my manuscripts, we had a terrible argument about it. Never have I solved such a case, he said. He was absolutely adamant.
Sometimes I wonder if he's from another planet, don't you? Yeah. I think Mr. Holmes should probably keep a diary, just to make sure that he isn't constantly fucking everything up. They put the kotatsus over hot springs, duh. Yo! There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
Looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Holmes' brilliance.
I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my coffee finally gave way under the strain, though.
Looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray.
I really don't get it. This is fucking slander of the highest degree. Oh, there's actually someone here to... Yeah, the machine. This enormous machine takes up the entire desk, doesn't it? It's really very imposing.
Ah, Holmes' great analytoscope, yes. It can analyze anything at all, you know.
But I've never seen anyone actually using it.
Well, it's his invention, so I don't know how to operate it.
Why don't you get it to analyze its own operation, then?
Oh, Bruno, you're razor sharp today, aren't you?
No. No. I was kidding, Iris. Don't. Alright. Let's head out. Sure, why not? Let's go to the hospital.
The rat, chat. Look at the rat. The rat just hanging out there. Look at the fucking rat.
22nd February, St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Recovery Ward. What are you supposed to happen? Sounds like some sort of disturbance. Seems like some sort of disturbance. Yes, I hear angry voices. Oh, why are you here?
Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily, thou art mistaken.
Hey, he's not ample. He is big-boned.
Mistaken my foot. You aren't looking. You are looking at my painting. eye of man hath not heard, ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that moustache filling that gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. I wish that you died from that poison. God a mercy, ample lady, but thou seest thy vigor still. Behold my... Then she dance.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't want to get involved in the slightest here.
Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence the rise of the sun. How now?
What are you doing here, Mr. Potenchi?
Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward.
He was looking, that's what he was doing. Look at my terrible work.
Beast and fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Well, I mean, thank you. At least he's not being a sore loser about it, you know?
Oh, well, thank you. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it?
I'm sorry. Sorry, sir. I just like, yeah, there you go, pal. There. There you go.
Head on, excellent.
What, are you a fucking 4chan user? Alright, and he's out. Mr. Potenchi might technically be the victim in this case. There's definitely a lot more to it than that. Very hard to pin the man down.
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Miss Green, is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
What? Didn't you say that yesterday? Oh, I see. We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it.
Take a look at the rat chat.
Aw, there's nothing new about the rat. Bruh. I want to know more about the rat, though. There are lots of balls in that cabinet, aren't there? Do you think it's safe to keep them like that?
If you were a patient here, I'd sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
Oh, I've no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. Just grab this little turner wrench, just grab a turner wrench here, put in your lockpick, alright. 1 is binding, nothing on 2, pick on 3, 4 is binding, nothing on 5, back to 1, and it's open.
Jeez, Naruhodo, you really are a natural thief, aren't you? Please do not say that, Miss Susato. There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. And yeah, I've inspected everything else here, so... Yeah, except the painting, but I can't look at that, so... So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening minding my own business. And then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
What a terrible week it's been for you.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly.
Really? Fondly? I mean, is there anything for you to look back on?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously very busy. Yeah, very, very busy, self-loathing there. Alright, doesn't seem there to be anything else here, so... Cool. Okay, before we go back to the room, let's go back to the road. Anything out here? Is there, let me guess, the gas man? No? Oh, damn it, I looked at the soap again! Alright, I can look at the door. The Garrett household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there in the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's at a bit of a slant. The Leaning Tower of Baker Street. Well, Strand Street, my bad. It does look as though it would collapse in even the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Suseki-san is such a hunchback. It's because the entire fucking building's leaning? Jesus. Okay, and everything else looks just as it was before. And nothing over here. Yep. Everything as normal. Okay. Now, Sure, let's go to, Potenti's room. Alright, so 22nd of February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson.
What are you doing here?
Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score.
Oh, yes, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it, with the tea in it?
Yeah, we found it all right, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. Do it! It's for the identification section of the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
Yeah, the real problem is whether this came from, Natsume's tea or Potenti's tea. Because it's from Natsume's tea, then it makes sense that it wouldn't be poisoned, as he wouldn't want to poison himself. However, if it is Potenti's tea, then, and it's not poisoned, then hey, we have our proof. But most likely it came from Natsume, so. No. Natsume said he drank all of his coffee. I mean tea. So, no, it had to be from Potenti's glass, my bad. That's wonderful news, thank you.
Yeah. Are you sure that's wonderful news, Toots?
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Oh, you're actually making small talk. Whoa. For a British person, this is a lot of progress, don't you know? What if the tea is poisoned?
Then we're fucked.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
None. Forget. Just make sure you don't disturb anything in here.
And there he is, chat. There he is! Alright. Oh, damn it. Let's take another peek at the gas. Ground change, you wouldn't even have any light, let alone heat. Needy London's winters can be very harsh. That's true, but if you think about it, even the wealthy would find themselves freezing if they ran out of small change. London's winters can be very harsh for the forgetful, too, then. Frankly, I'm starting to wonder if Susato-san and I are going to make it to spring. That's true. We don't even have a meter at Baker Street, let alone gas stove. Yeah, but clearly you guys have been fine this far, so... Look how dark the stain on the floor is underneath the meter there. Yes, from all the water dripping out after the ice coins melted, as you established in court this morning. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mr. Garrett can probably sue. It's a very large and obvious stain, isn't it? Mr. Potenchi must have used an awful lot of ice coins, I suppose. Like, he didn't even put a towel under there. Like, that's just inconsiderate. It was an ingenious idea, I'll give him that. Soap. So it turns out that Mr. Potenchi wasn't eating the soap at all. Unfortunately. Well, if he wasn't eating the soap, then I will have to eat the soap myself. Come here. That's right. The mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork in his hand is solved. Yes, to prise his leg's coin out of its mold. And in the process, he accidentally broke the bar of soap in two. It certainly was hard to imagine, let alone deduce. Yeah. Extraordinary circumstances that led up to the conclusion of being able to eat it. The ill-fated teacups from which the two men drank on the ill-fated night. During their heated literary debate, yes. Who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet? Sounds like it was quite a discussion. Now I think of it, I'm sure that the two lovers in the play ended their lives with poison. That's fiction, Mr. Zato. Let's hope it stays that way, huh? Again, this fucking board sticking out it's annoying me. Someday, I'll be able to investigate what's under this board in the floor. One day. Sun never shines in this room, thanks to that depressing bricked-up window. Yet, with enough determination, you can always remove the bricks to set some soap outside, can't you? That sounds like a very wise life lesson, Mr. Zato. Indeed. Only if you plan to follow a life of crime, Mr. Naruhodo. Man, look at these fucking rags on the wall here. Fortunate. Not even to mention all the fucking cobwebs around. Like, bro, clean up your room. Clean up your room. Just clean up your fucking room. Alright, look over here. Yeah, just the stage. Nothing's changed about it. Alright, Gregson. Are you looking for new clues, Inspector?
I'm not our Lord Vinzik's orders, yeah? Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says.
Oh dear, poor you.
Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what you expect, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
Well, at least he's honest. Again, Gregson's another voice I don't know what to do. Like, I can do that voice there, or fucking, I can either do that, or,
On Lord Van Ziek's orders, yeah. Don't come back till you got something for me, he says.
alright.
Yeah, poor me, because we've already searched every bleeding nook and cranny in this place. I don't know what you expect, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips is all I can say.
I kind of like that second one more. I'm gonna go with that. Alright. Again, let's address the elephant in the room, chat. Mr. Holmes, what are you up to over there?
What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? Oi, what are you doing here, Holmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, what's a great detective? One is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Now the time, Mr. Holmes. Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
Adieu.
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madame. Alright, show us. Please, show us this new mechanic we have to use. What's all this?
Flowers, Mr. Naruto, flowers! Have you ever heard of a kaleidoscope before? It simulates what happens when you take LSD. And now, you get to see it for your very selves without actually having to take LSD. Amazing, isn't it, Naruto?
But, Holmes, aren't you supposed to take LSD to get high? Like, why would you do it just to see the pretty colors?
I would do it to see the pretty colors, Mr. Naruto. You don't understand. Sherlock Holmes' sensational skin print seeker gun. Months ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim.
Oh, no, moments ago, not months ago. Oh, jeez. A sample from Mr. Potenti's cup.
Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, or find indicator solution.
So instead of analyzing the actual print that someone leaves behind, Holmes is basically using the chemical makeup of each individual's sweat and skin oils as a way to see what they've touched, which is actually pretty fucking cool. I wish that we were able to do something like that, but I don't think our levels of molecular analysis are quite up to that kind of snuff yet, so.
Sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, or find indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. There. Now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed.
It's my forensic gun. If I shoot someone, I can find out if they are alive or dead. Because if I shoot them and they are alive, they will become dead. If they are dead and they become dead, they will still be dead.
It's amazing stuff, isn't it, Mr. Naruto?
Spray. How do I do that exactly?
Now press the space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this.
Just a little splooge of chemicals? Ah, what is that stuff? It's like fog.
A suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas is the most efficient way to cover a large area. There was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea.
As you do.
Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. You may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question.
Oh, there's none to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Alright, and let me guess, something on the floor there. Alright, finally we can investigate the floorboard, because it wasn't obvious enough before. Alright. Oh, look at all this here.
Ah, yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints.
Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. There's nothing obvious that he would have tripped over, though, is there?
I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over.
Of course you do. Of course you do, Holmes. But come on, guys. We know he's trying to pry the floorboard. We get it. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Holmes.
Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor.
Yes, there's no obvious explanation, except there's something under the floor. Get to the point! No! You gotta be joking! Oh. You gotta be kidding me. Yep, you have the gas there. Yeah, various parts on the table. That makes sense. A box over there. Huh. That one's odd. We should remove that painting. Look, there are dozens of handprints here.
So there are, a great many indeed. So much so that it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact.
It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Oh, no, he was just practicing his kabedon, just like,
Hey there, how you doing?
Unlikely, I would say. It's a rather dull scene after all.
and without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Miss Susato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Oh, I wasn't done investigating, but okay. Well, we sprayed... Can't be too clever now, can we? No, you just have to be just dumb enough for everyone else. Right. After all, no dummy can be left behind. Right. Well, we sprayed Mr. Holmes' amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are two places in particular that are of interest, I would say. Okay, at least we're not just gonna completely move on. Handprints on the floor there. And the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Don't do it, Naruhodo! Don't do it!
Naruhodo, we call that sexual harassment in this line of business here. You're gonna have to go to horny jail here.
Get bonked. Alright. Wait, is this scene a 3D render? No. It is 3D models on top of a 2D background. It's just a matter of perspective. It's like what they used during the PlayStation. By having pre-rendered backgrounds and having the 3D models move on top of it. It's very convincing, though. But as you can see, Susato clearly doesn't have any sort of shadow around her. And there's no sort of lighting. So, that's how you can tell that's not a 3D render. Because it's just using her base model there. Alright. What is it, Miss Susato? Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped out. One of the... You mean the...
It's a secret hiding place. Who could have known? Excellent work, Miss Susato. So, what do we have in here?
Oi, what you lot doing?
Inspector Gregson?
Stand right side this minute. It's my job to investigate there.
Well, I mean, we can investigate together now, why can't we?
No need, Inspector.
You continue to dig into your portion of ship's horse. We dig around under the floor here. It's equivalent exchange, mind you.
Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Holmes. New bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Where do you put your chips, boy? Are they under your hat? Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find! I'm just imagining fucking Scott the Woz saying that for some reason, just because it sounds like such a cheesy line. It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to Tommy, Matt. No, I know, but I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? Oh, I'll investigate it once. Short. Short. Sexual harassment's a regular jail offense, though? True. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. Huh. That's odd. Why would he need... Like, So nothing behind the picture, then. So the only things there are the picture itself and the lamp above. So maybe he was fiddling with the lamp somehow? That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, he's most likely a lot taller than Susato is, so it would make sense. To me, if his handprints were there, his head would be up by the lamp, so... how disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall over and over in one place like that. Oh, photo time. Say cheese, chat.
There you are, a print for you.
Oh, neat. Oh, thank you very much. This invention can make prints, too. Now then, something on the other side of the picture? No, Susato looked on the other side, and there wasn't anything, so... Alright. I wonder if Inspector Gregson found anything on the floor there. I mean, couldn't we have... Shouldn't we have had one person looking under, just in case, you know, Inspector, like, slip that in my pocket here, you don't get to know, haha, fucking idiot.
I'm desperate to know! So am I.
Alright, time to head out, chat. We're done. Alright. Hit us with it. I'll let me know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there.
Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson, really, it's been too long.
What is it, Holmes?
No, the back of the picture? Oh, I don't know. Well, I'm not being given the opportunity to examine it, but I don't know. I feel like if you were doing that, you wouldn't have your handprints on the other side of the picture. Instead, you would have just your handprints all along the frame of the picture if you were just taking it up to look on the back there. So I don't think the handprints would make sense if it was like that, so.
I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends.
We're not friends.
No, I suppose not. Pour one out in chat for Holmes. That's an F. That's an F from me, brother.
A dismal failure.
At least you own up to it. Yes, I heard. I'd kill to know what was under that floorboard.
Alright then, fair's fair.
What?
You did discover the hiding place after all.
I suppose I should at least fill you in. I mean, we would get filled in sooner or later, so why not now? Really, Inspector? Thank you.
Do it quickly, my dear fellow. If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather.
Well, he certainly will blow a bit more if you talk about him like that. Jesus, bro.
Boy, stop making me out to be some kind of nut.
and he just fucking looks to the side as he says that. Oh my god.
There are 3 items on the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know?
Yes.
Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester.
How terrible.
Made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got it first.
Oh my goodness, he committed a capital offense.
Man by the name of Selden. Nasty piece of work into burglaries and murder. They say the hoard he knocked off is worth about £1,000.
Oh jeez. At that time, that's like worth about $100,000, I'd say.
Hoard? Of treasure, you mean? Jewelry and the like, but he hidden it somewhere, no one knows where.
You know he did. I don't know, I would have to look up the conversion rate as well as inflation to figure out how much that is.
Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline.
Does not strike you, though. Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor?
I suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got and Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up.
Thank you, and please fill us in when you do. Alright. Oh, and he's a bit of a chunky man, isn't he? That's from what I can see in the photo. Alright, a newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Alright, photographic print.
So, this is the photograph I found. Looks reasonably recent to me.
Huh. And that's Gerda with Miss Green's boyfriend? Huh? Don't tell me that's fucking Gerda's son. Oh god, the hole keeps getting deeper, Chad. It just keeps getting deeper.
Yes, it would appear to have been taken on the street in front of the house here.
The gentleman on the left is Mr. Gerda, the landlord, of course. But who's the young man on the right? Mr. Gerda's son, perhaps?
Perhaps. You can take that print if you like.
You sure you don't want a copy first? Really, are you sure?
We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows.
The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Yeah, that makes sense then.
Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes.
So, as he says, as he leaks information.
But dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you.
You're at home now, so you can use Twitch chat finally. Welcome back to Twitch chat, finally. Welcome.
A dismal failure.
Yes, I heard. Hidden photograph. Alright, maybe I'd like to look at the back of that. Maybe if there's some sort of date on it or something. Wonder why a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Potentia himself isn't in it.
Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Gerda was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it.
Maybe. Alright. Court record. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester's Strange Ways prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Oh, the shouts of his cellmate, not the shouts of him. Okay. Yeah. Just the print itself, and only the film grain. Can't look at the back or anything. Gotcha. And the box.
What's in the box? Now, a tin box looks interesting, doesn't it?
Why do you suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you have to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised.
Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? Curse this! Give us a clue, man!
You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruhodo. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
All my hopes and dreams.
Yes, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Alright, go on, bro. Go on. Is there nothing more of this box then, I wonder?
Wogeye! There he is, oh, little boy. Why are you in here, buddy?
Aren't you supposed to be with Soseki? Well, in his room at least. Oh look, it's a lovely little kitty cat. What was its name? It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we've ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Wonder how he got in here. Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai, here's something delicious I bought for you from the Cat's Meats Man. The Cat's Meat Man. And why does she just have that on her? Like, bro?
Oh, kitty! Ah, let's go. Let's fucking go get one.
Couldn't be happier now. Look. I just hope we bring him some happiness to his owner, too.
Ah, look at, he's just kneading there. Oh. Hey, let me pet the cat. Let me pet the cat.
He's got a little fucking bow tie on, just like Soseki. Meow. That's a cheeky little meow, Wagahai. Oh, but he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think he may not appreciate that after a while, and we have an investigation to get back to. Aw. Well, I mean, what'd that prove? I mean, he's just here now. For, like, no reason? Nothing else to inspect in here, it seems. Can't inspect Gregson as much as I would like to. Like, you want to show what's under the trench coat there, little man? Huh? Alright, and the tin box wasn't added to my court record, unfortunately. Damn you, Gregson. Alright, let's check out the Gyarados room, then. 22nd of February. Mr. and Mrs. Gyarados room. Yeah, we need to ask him about that photo. Mr. Gyarados appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Ah, damn. And I assume that Holmes isn't somewhere in here. Yeah, not this time.
And what about the books here? Oh, man. You're no fun, Naruhodo. And... I haven't missed anything else. Except for prison. Yeah, I miss prison, chat. 22nd of February, local prison, cell 9. Oh. Well. Doseki isn't here, so I guess we go back to the office then? Converse? Kazuma's wishes. Huh. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. Really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. Ah! Ah! Asogi! Ah! I'll never be over him. I miss the sweet, sweet gay sex we had, Asogi. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. I've never been embraced so lovingly since then. And then after that trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway. Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? Why go these lengths so that I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. That you really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got natural talents for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day. And... man. One day what? Oh, no. Never mind. Bro, you just can't leave me unread like that, you know? Straight up unfair. Naruhodo-san? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, forever in my thoughts too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. Yes, that's right, but... yes? I do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Naruhodo-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions? This sword! I mean this. Are you sure that he didn't want to enter the military? I don't know. I think he had a very promising career as a samurai. His katana. Never expected to inherit his sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. I expected it to be sent home to his, you know, his family, but eh. Nah, this is better. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. Yes. Actually, the night before he died, he told me little about the sword. Haruma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. And now, I'm going to randomly give it to you, part of the Naruhodo clan. God, that's a clean sound effect. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Haruma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What do you mean by something very important I had to do? I'd hoped that the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I have not found a single clue. I see. And for some reason, it most likely has to do with all these different mysteries that have been lining up over each other and everything that Holmes has been hiding from us and, you know. Alright, today's trial. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand.
I know.
Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seems as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea. Yeah, it was just all completely irrelevant. Careful of your phrasing, Suzato-san. You didn't poison anything. And there's more of this Mr. Potenchi that we have yet to know, I'm sure of it. Mr. Potenchi certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. What's become of him, actually? I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Ah yes, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as Londoners call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited Miss Green there yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken. Ah yes, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back. Phrasing, Naruhodo, phrasing! Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruhodo-san. He didn't stab anyone. You're sleeping, goodbye? Okay. Alright. We're almost done here, so we're gonna wrap this up in like a good 30 minutes here. But most likely you're not gonna miss anything important between now and the next trial, so I think we've uncovered most of what we know, except from maybe talking to Soseki, but I think we already know as much as we're gonna find out, so. St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. What's next? So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously... Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea. But if that's the case, how on earth did the poison get into Mr. Potenchi's body? I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. Must be something in Mr. Potenchi's room that will help solve the mystery. Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think. Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run to Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Alright. I think that's everything here. Come to sweet... Oh, I didn't mean to click that, but sure. And... Oh. It seems the prison has something for us now. Okay. Hey there, buddy. How's it going? Ass looking tight as usual. Oh, Mr. Natsume's back. So he is. Mr. Natsume, hello. You okay, bud? I am a cat. Excuse me? Sorry? Wagai de neko de aru. Wagai neko de aru. Alright. I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Sherlock Holmes. I don't know about the courts or trials or old babies. I'm a cat. That is what I am. Just a cat. Mr. Naruhodo, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to? He already has, completely. So, what is your name then? As yet, I have no name. Mr. Naruhodo isn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Just start playing fucking Eminem in front of him. Mob spaghetti. Do you think you can open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. What's going to become of me? No! Don't touch that! It's obvious! My cursed soul is never going to escape this accursed fate! Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope. Yes. Yes. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I am not the Reaper. Not yet. I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes. Yes, we must. Alright. This morning's trial. In my whole life,
have I ever been so moved as I was today? No! Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps 1 or 2 other occasions that moved me more. Like, perhaps the first time you saved my ass, but let's block those out. Then today, being in that courtroom was it was the most moving experience of my life, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire!
You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced and are analyzing it as we speak. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, Soseki certainty.
Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night?
Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies.
And at the time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Potentia then engaged in the Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Yeah, as I deduced earlier, so. Alright, Mr. Potentia.
That rotten Potentia! What have I ever done to him?
You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently?
I've been holed up in my room immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all!
Right.
What if I don't understand is why you didn't let me know sooner?
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
But the soap, of course. What else?
Oh, do you want to chip on your fucking gas main as well? Oh, man.
Oh, dear.
Are you struggling with such a meager stipend?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in a cursed existence in such accursed lodgings.
Oh, yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you?
Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place and it's trying to kill me.
Capital offender. Oh, no. No, no! It's not gonna be the fucking guy that died in prison. Oh. That was his flat? Oh my god. It just gets worse, Chad. It just gets worse.
Why do you ask locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire that the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps?
Uh-huh. Alright, so I'm just gonna present that clipping then, if you don't mind.
What's this?
It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Potentia's room.
Ah, so he knew, did he?
Sorry?
About this man, Selden. A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that inflicts my lodgings! What? He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another, a miserable mustached, much maligned Japanese man!
Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Wait a minute. Has already taken the life of one man before. Wait, no. Bruh. 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 Is he dead? Is he, like, DED dead? Like, holy shit, he couldn't be more fucking dead? Like, look at that schnoz as the schnoz of a dead man dead? Like, whoa. Hold up. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Capital offender Selden.
The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Gerdep's house.
What? He lived where you do now?
That's right, yes. Exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
But before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse!
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one's death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison.
A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes, well, that was the start of it.
Tell me more, tell me more. My brain is falling on all cylinders. I've gone to Jimmy Neutron brain blast mode later, like, like, do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
gas?
I only found out after I had signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably have been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. Damn!
Lucky for Mr. Garrett, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
What? Why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, the pilot light always goes out, and the room fills with gas.
But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant step. Yeah, if the gas just keeps on going and it's never lit, like, it's just gonna fill up the entire room and suffocate you. And then there's what happened to Mr. Potenchi last night, when he was mysteriously poisoned. Clearly more to that incident than can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings in Mr. Garrett's rooms. Do we have anything else to present? I don't think so. Gas meter, handprints on the wall. Probably the photo. Or Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... Ah! It's been too long since... Oh, okay. Generic dialogue. Yeah, I think that's everything here. Yeah, so I assume Garrett's room now? Yeah. 22nd of February, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's room. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Garrett.
Right, body business is for me, you know? Getting out and about.
We're at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally, paid my lodging second to balance and all that, not trying to miss.
Pay of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yes. Yeah, you might as well just sell that now. Don't even bother renting it anymore. Or, you know, like, demolish it, rebuild something anew.
Of course, place caused quite a story around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah, well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blaze is going on, does you know?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago.
Wait a minute, when did Mr. Holmes get here? He's just suddenly here. Hold up. When did you get here, bro?
You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Prison on my way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see. Oh, you okay?
So, what brings me my haunted abode today, eh?
Your lodgings, your lodgers. Your lodgings.
Some fishy fellow from Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have something... This house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
Convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside in the street, not to mention the actor yesterday.
She's not dead, and neither is the actor.
My next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside in the street, do you mean Miss Green? Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Potenchi, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. Why? It sounds like the lap of luxury.
I'm not so sure about that. Like, you are free to take residence here, Holmes, if I can get that house on Baker Street. Like, you are welcome here.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up there.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had a mishap already, sir.
Holmes, there's a time and place for everything, pal. That's not helpful, Mr. Holmes.
Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips.
Alright.
Some fishy fellow from Far Eastern.
There's no need for that, Mr. Good. Oh, I thought I accidentally clicked the same option.
That's right, Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
It's undeniably peculiar, however.
Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. Asked for the estate agent to find someone, he popped up the very same day.
Never come across a chap so keen for a place with
A background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he's keenly on so much as the cheap rent, actually. So, how long has Mr. Potentia been lodging under your roof?
That failed actor chap. Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. He's quite new here, too, then.
And so what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I might ask?
Well, was that Selden scoundrel I happens?
Selden, that convict, you mean? Do Selden and Potentia have some kind of connection, then? Yeah, I think that's a definite possibility. I think there's gonna be a lot of connections to Selden coming up here. So, Potentia's tendency.
The convict chap, Selden. Passed away in the clinker 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or other.
Yes, we seem to report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
"'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Potentia, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent."
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that won't be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant though.
"Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee.
Those cars might be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor is taken. It's ground floor or nothing.
Very well, we have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Long Briar Road.
Lo, shout! Potentia dance to celebrate!"
Yeah. Quite the dance, it seems.
Well, I heard in court today. Sounds like the chap was thieving gas. It was 3 months in arrears with the rent, too. Yes, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
So he wasn't even paying his rent either, and you just let him stay here.
Thank you for your candor, Mr. Garadeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 to 2 words. Give me my robe. Put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me.
What am I gonna do with this himbo chat? What the hell am I gonna do with him? Like, just,
What's happened to you?
Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learning of the subject. For I have a turn for literature too, you know.
And you can remember his literature, but none of your cases. That's a bruh moment from me, brother. Honestly, I just need one of those, like, electronic, like, $2 push buttons that just says bruh when you slam it. Like, that's all I need. Perhaps you could turn your attention to more apt lines, then. Alright, I'm gonna present that photo now. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was the lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Let me just take a little peek here at the big dictionary of translated names. Okay. Ross. No, it seems that this name is normal, I think. Yeah. Yeah, this one seems normal. Duncan Ross. Alright, Duncan Ross.
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really.
Was he by chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yes, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in the room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese trap.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Okay.
Yeah, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, mind. Went to the middle floor room about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested.
I'm surprised that he could both work, go to college, and pay rent all at the same time. Like, that's pretty impressive. Like, I don't know. It may just because college is much more expensive now than it was back then, but just thinking of it now is just like, whoa. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. Yeah, quote-unquote history. A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes. Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. But sadly, I was rather tired to discover what had happened. The smell of gas is what alerted me it was. Ah, yes, synonymous with the smell of death. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off his hinges. Once we got inside, we all bodily collapsed. Because of the gas. Yes, room was full of it, no air at all. Joe must have gotten out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. And Mr. Ross suffocated to death. Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes are so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it sent me back to have a lot replaced all over the house. Well, I mean, of course they should have been replaced. But even after he had all that work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stove goes out at night whilst he's asleep in bed. Well, it's a bally curse! They're convicts, guys! I've done my duty as a landlord now! Someone's feeling defensive. Yeah. At least he seems to care. Ah, that reminds me, actually. Yes? About young Duncan, the night before the poor chap perished. He'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. Yeah, I assumed him, Miss Green.
A love letter, you mean?
Yes. Where'd I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk.
If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence? My dear Mr. Sato, that's precisely why I preface my reading with, if you'll excuse me.
Yeah, and we did the same with Cosmo earlier, so I think you're complicit in this as well, Susato.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Holmes, no.
Badly, you didn't address it, though. I have no means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really.
I see. It's going to play on my mind. Really, the identity of Mr. Ross's sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
Yes, I suppose you're right.
Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there's a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Holmes, please. I already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Viridian Green.
Ah! Viridian Green? The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside this house 5 days ago. Literally, the coincidences never stop. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato.
Alright. Let's talk to them then. Off we go. Thank you for the talk. Oh, nope. I already inspected that. My bad. My apologies, Chief. Right. Prison. I would say just the hospital bed. Yeah, we just need to consult her about that. 22nd of February. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward for the Rat.
Rat. Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. Seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
It's good news, but hopefully just before she leaves... Ah! What is it? What? Miss Green? What? Hold up.
Were you just about to do something that wasn't very good for your health there, miss? Like, just... Do you want to talk? Like, do you need a therapy session? Like, I'm here to help. Like, you know, like...
Cat's here to help. Actually, I'm not sure if there's anyone in chat anymore. I think they all died, but... I'm still here, talking to my delusional, lonely self. You know, as you do. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Yeah, you're alive, Toast, luckily. Alright. Oh, hello everyone. What are you all doing here? The doctors say I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. Well, we were hoping to have a quick chat with you, if that's alright. I don't really have anything else to tell you. Well, I think we have something for you to tell to us, so... Alright, she's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. Alright. Possible discharge. Wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green. Oh, yes, I mean, thank you. This is like the third or fourth time we talked about this with her. Like, we know she's being discharged. We know she's packing her things. Like, we don't need to have this conversation over and over. Alright. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stand around and chat. He certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Well, that doesn't matter what she wants right now. Like, we need some fucking answers here, bish. Actually, wait, before we get into that, I want to examine your meds and your letter. This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, madame. Right, I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only. You mustn't do that either. And maybe you, Mr. Zato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, Yeah? You just want to stop reading my fucking mind? Like, what? Huh? Alright. This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived. Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she? Perhaps this is very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine. I suppose that could be it. In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once. Dude, you're just gonna die! Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it? Oh dear. Down in one. Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worrying about at the moment. Yeah. I got an achievement for that. Downed it all in one. Alright. Now, tell me about your dead boyfriend. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Oh! You okay? Oh no, I'm so sorry. The ball of medicine fell down when she did. Yeah, because she's a bit of a hefty lady. Alright. Oh, Miss Green, are you alright? Yes? So sorry, I didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved. Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. Over the course of a year? Damn, shit moved fast. Alright, that's why he decided to move into a cheaper room to save money for the wedding. And that's what led him to Mr. Garrett's. Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. So terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks desperately sad. I was starting to think that's just her look. Yeah. And I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Fair enough. I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... Would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital. Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course, we'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo! Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Mr. Holmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. You just didn't notice me because I was being a Beyblade this entire time, spinning around the corner endlessly. But now, I've stopped. I'm okay. But of course I was, my dear fellow, watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. And this is coming from the man who said he probably wouldn't even end up joining us, but he's just been tailing us this entire fucking trip. Mr. Holmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean?
That's the case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So less of a disaster. Let's prevent this case from ever happening, with nothing but careful observation.
Like, are you also thinking that it was a possible suicide about to happen? Alright.
All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can.
It's the rat is dead! No! 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 The rat! No! The rats! This whole plan. I remember when we first met him. He was just chilling in the corner. He was plump. He had eaten so much food. He let us pet him even. Oh. Oh. The mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you?
I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of this bottle.
But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when we arrived. You don't think?
Ah, I see you come to appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about this.
Yes, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, the contents of the bottle you had before I spilt on the floor. The poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Don't worry. I'll attend to the mouse presently. she just starts having an entire fucking ceremony over in the corner there. Just lights a candle over in the corner. The other one claps her hands twice. Just starts praying. Yes, give him the highest burial rights he needs.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? Take your own life.
Ah! Once we left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison? No! Miss Green, please talk to us. The letter. Definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what can only be described as a very tense atmosphere. Yes, it may very well be related to whatever incident Mr. Holmes believes was about to happen here. And of course, he has to be vague about it because they didn't know whether he examined the bottle or not beforehand. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it. And, should we look at the picture? Mr. Duncan Ross. Who would have ever thought he was engaged to be married to Miss Green? To lose one's beloved fiancé must be painful enough. But then Miss Green suffered that awful injury, and outside her fiancé's former lodgings, too. They can be very cruel sometimes. The fucking rat! Sad, chat. I'm sad. Suicide. Sewer slide.
10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out in the open, I feel like a weight has been lifted. Tell me, how do you acquire that medicine? Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
Probably strychnine.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow.
Please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things. Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison. Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that.
Oh no, oh, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall move this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection.
No, none.
I would say instead of, handing it to the office, I say we give it to the doctor. Like, I don't think that, I don't think that you should be trusted around with that stuff, Holmes. I'm just gonna be completely honest here. The card. Neither the sender's name or the address appeared to be written on the envelope or the card.
You're arrived by post to my home the day before the incident that put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It's a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road. And 5 p.m. It's precisely the time the incident occurred. Are we saying that that incident in the previous game wasn't an accident but actually caused on purpose somehow? Like, perhaps that house fire was started by someone else, causing one of the knives to be thrown out the window and into Miss Green? But it would still have to be a hell of a shot, though. Slug and Salad, yes. Pub in the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road, being the street that Mr. Garrett's house is on. Does this mean that?
Yes, I'm sure you've guessed. That day, when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad.
Goodness. So that's what you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before.
Well, at least we know now.
I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yes, I'm very sorry to have to drag up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine.
Screen. Please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again.
Yes, don't worry. Detective friend has the bottle now anyway. Besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison. I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Might sound a little conceited, but well, that's how all this has made me feel.
And what lesson did we learn today, chat? Don't try to kill yourself because there are people that care about you. Aww. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind. Made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Holmes. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yes, it's late. And, Mr. Naruhodo, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in your court tomorrow, do you think? I discovered jack shit. Details about Mr. Tenchi, Mr. Garrett's lodgings, the convict Selden. There are many facets to the case, and we're yet to see to the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway. Can't stop wondering about the results of the analysis. Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean? Yes. Will they have found strychnine in it or not? Well, I fear that either way, it would be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. Oh dear. Yes, Barack Van Zeeks. I wish you every success, of course, and though I was late to rise this morning. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial. So that means he's not gonna be there. Okay, got it, chat. Got it. Mr. Holmes, you're gonna come? Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. So he won't be there. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. Make sure you don't get the time wrong this time, as usual, Holmes. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys, and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Joseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriots, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Holmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn. For all of us. Woo! Investigation over.
To be continued.
Alright. Let's give it a good save. Alright, and that's gonna be it for today. Thank you all for coming down to stream. I had a great fun time, as usual. Again, not a very successful stream, but still a great stream nonetheless. Well, I mean, Twi. Just seeing Twi again was nice. He gave me $20. And also, just being able to talk with our Ace Attorney fan is nice. Alright. Now, again, if there's anyone left, see you later. There's Discord server in the panels below, as well as my Twitter, donation link, all that are great stuff. So, hey, if you're not already following, do that, because if not, I'm gonna be very sad. All right, have a good night, everyone. Bye-bye.